happy times, it's your bird, Haven the Raven, and welcome to Amalur on Nostalgic. This is the most important game of my childhood, so I'm going to be going through and playing it, while reanalyzing it. I intend to beat every beatable quest. There's some that just aren't because they're infinite loop. However, of those infinite loops, I have to at least turn in the quest object for those once. Because I have to go through and complete every faction, that also means that there's one faction that I will have to do beforehand if I want a certain choice to become available. So there is a bit of routing here. Fen, what are you doing? That said, let's get started. Now, the reason I can't call this on casual is because look at that difficulty setting. That would... This is the one game where that would not be a good idea. And my mic is going to be going off for the intro cutscene.
From the beginning, we were wrong. And only now, well into the second decade of the conflict, have we begun to understand the mistakes we have made. We lived in harmony among the Fae, in a world awakened to new magic. Perhaps we should have foreseen what might be born on this rising tide. What force might awaken. A force powerful enough to twist even the eternal and immutable Fae folk. But Gadflow, the new king of the Winter Court, surprised us all. Singular among his people, he was all that other Fae were not. Aggressive, ambitious, visionary. He had power like none we had ever seen. Terrible and deadly. Gadflow and his followers, the Tuatha Deon, believed that a new god was to be born in the east, beneath Gadflow's crystalline fortress of Amathen. In the name of that god, they marched to war against the young races of Amalur. Against a mortal army, no matter the power of their god, we might have been victorious. But the Fae are creatures of magic, not bound by the laws of life and death. Each Tuatha fallen on the battlefield would soon rise again, for the Fae do not know death as we do. How could we stand against such a force? For 10 years the war raged. For 10 years the armies of Men and Alpha fought and died. But as our numbers dwindled, we knew that it was only a matter of time. Our fate had been written. At least, that is what we believed. Until you died.
All things considered, I think that intro cutscene does a pretty good job of setting up the main story. This is a world bound by the whims of fate, and as a result, with our fate being written, it's obvious that the mortal races are on the brink of destruction.
What do you think this one is then? Alpha? Garan? Could even be a Jotun. Always a surprise, eh, Garan?
Eyes on the job, boy. Don't matter what it is. Dead's dead. And be thankful for that. All we've seen. Go on and pull back the sheet, though. It'll need to be in our report, one way or the other.
Bit of foreshadowing there. And here we run into my first critique. Some of these races are completely overpowered compared to others. There's almost no reason to go Docklefar. Docklefar is good for a first playthrough. However, well, and for getting persuasion bonuses early, but there's not a lot of persuasion bonuses early game. And Almain falls under a similar issue. Especially because with Re-Reckoning, you immediately get a +1 persuasion boost as soon as you hit the first town. Blacksmithing is the single most important, well, one of the most important skills in the game, but it doesn't really come into play until later. Like, at the very earliest you're really going to be using blacksmithing is mid-game. Varani and Losilfar are the strongest class, or starting races, because of their early game use, or their early game racial skill bonuses. This is not a game where you have to min-max at the beginning. You will be just as overpowered at the end of the game as anyone else if you know what you're doing. So the early game is really where the racial differences come in. And for that, the two most important early game skills are Detect Hidden and Dispelling. Detect Hidden and Blacksmithing, I'd say, are the two most valuable skills overall. But Dispelling is especially important in the early game because depending on how much health you have, some of the wards that Dispelling lets you get rid of, well, that Dispelling lets you get rid of easier, can one-shot or cripple you. And there's also some early game dialogue only accessible through Dispelling, or through the Dispelling skill. The other skills have bits of dialogue that come into play later in the game, but Dispelling, all of the Dispelling dialogue checks I know of only happen in one specific faction quest line, and it's one you can get terribly early. So those checks are easy to miss. So we're going... It's just so unbalanced, actually. These two are just so much better for the early game than these two are. And once you hit mid-game to late game, it doesn't matter what race you picked. I usually go Varani, so let's go Losilfar this time. There's also gods that you can pick, but again, this really does not matter once you get into the late game. This is really just an early game boost. On the one hand, I like that the character creator selection here gives us some early game buffs that don't really matter once you hit late game. On the other hand, Losilfar and Varani being so much better for the early game than Docklefar and Almain is really unbalanced. I'm just gonna go with the default there. Is there one that's kind of gray? I mean, the default's kind of gray, actually. Gold. There we go. Just so that I can actually see what color I'm dealing with here. That works. Yeah, let's go with that. That is actually a unique hairstyle to the Losilfar, I think. There's no blue hair, so I'm gonna go with pure black here. And then just pick from... I'm gonna have helmet hiding on, so it doesn't really matter what hairstyle for logic. But I tend to prefer the shorter hairs anyway. Yeah, let's go with this one. I don't really want a tattoo. Let's go with... because I know there's a bright... Yeah, let's go with the bright blue. I like that.
Ah, she's a low sulfur. And not in bad shape, all things considered. I never did like them myself. Snooty bunch. All right then. Make sure it goes into the report. You know he'll want all the details.
Amazing how well the body held up. Better than I've seen.
I'm just glad it's not moving. Must have been born under a lucky star, this one.
Anything else we need?
Unless you'd like to name her, I think we're done. Put her with the others.
I'm going to go with my tried and true. I still love this game's art style.
That's it for you, then. Better luck next time.
And this cannot be a pleasant way to wake up. Oh, Vo! Hello! How you doing? I woke up a little achy. I did something to my back yesterday. I don't know what. But other than that, I'm doing well. I'm glad to hear you're doing fine. Fen, what are you doing? That you stopped is suspicious. Start off with a bit of our health missing. We don't have any weapons. Every piece of item, or every item has a description on it. I'll probably be, if I remember to read those, I will. This game is incredibly important to me, actually. This is the game that, by and large, got me into gaming. So I'm trying to be a little less biased here and see if it actually holds up nostalgically. Or without the... without taking my nostalgia into account. I just do things. I just look for things I find. I just look for things that I think look cool. And in this case, like I said, I was like 10 when this game came out. Or it might have been 9. I was 9 or 10. And this is the game that really got me into gaming, and I wouldn't be streaming today if it hadn't. Secrecy is still important in our work requiring specialized disposal of our unfortunate failures. Piling remains have become a concern in the lower caverns, so an incinerator has been added to deal with the wastes. This should make disposal work slightly less horrible, though you should avoid drinking water from downstream of the ash dumps. Hardly a fitting rest for the poor things, but if it's any consolation, these weren't their original bodies in the first place. Oh boy, Hughes. And there's the incinerator at work. I can't compare. This, okay, this one actually doesn't have a description, it just has the damage breakdown. I don't like that the saves aren't separated by character. You have to scroll through. Is it really? My dad bought this game because he thought it was cool. I just happened to fall in love.
Run.
Scatter, children of dust! Scatter before the might of the Tuatha!
Fair enough. I imagine everyone's story for how they interact with games is a little different. The combat is a little basic at first, but it really opens up later.
Stay away!
There's going to be times where I make a backup save because I'm a little worried about stuff like crashes, because there have been some issues
Help! Anybody!
with that in this game. Alright. I'm also going to save like a mad bird.
You! Up there! Please help me! Please! Come! No. All die.
I have to remember where the... oh dear. Loot and enemies are in this one. Obviously, my first priority is going to be detect hidden. Save like the bird that I am, yeah. Oh, you unfortunate soul. Oh, whoops. I don't like that you can't have a, that you can't just not have a quest equipped. Unless you don't have the Fatesworn DLC, you have to have a main quest equipped. Or, well, a quest equipped. It'll default you to a main quest, if nothing else. You can't unequip quests. That I never did like. But, oh well. Okay, so these don't have it either. It must only be, ones that actually have, like, sets to them, or unique pieces. Or the torn shirt for some reason. This is an action-adventure RPG. And it's actually a pretty long one. This is a double A early 2000s semi-open world. Like, this is the map we're working with here. So this is going to be a long one, especially because I'm going for all side quests. So my Monday, Tuesday slot is blocked off for the time being. My thoughts here are go around to do some of the side quests in this area, then the faction quest in this or faction quests in this area, and then dip down into the Teeth of Naros.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. If you hadn't come along, wait. I've seen you before. On the slab. You were dead. It worked. By the tome, it worked. You're alive.
This guy's name is one letter away from disaster. But he is a good guy. You can have as many quests as you want. There's only a few things that block you off from something else. However, you can't choose to unequip quests, which I think is a little stupid. This game you don't make... Character Creator only gives you, in this game, initial bonuses. Once you hit endgame, you make your build as you go, and once you hit endgame, you're just so overpowered that what you chose at the beginning doesn't matter anymore. I went over it before, but Losifar and Varani are the two best starting races because Detect Hidden is just always useful. That's used like all the time, literally. And Dispelling is especially useful in early game, but it's not something you should neglect because wards are dangerous.
No, clearly not anymore. But you were. The Well of Souls remade your body. We thought you were another failure, but the well restored your soul to your body, and it worked. We must get you to Professor Hughes right away. He'll have questions for you.
I'm not going to be doing it all the time, but every single NPC that you can actually talk to in this game has at least one line of dialogue you can get from them. So I'm not going to sit through and talk to every single NPC and all of their dialogue, but a few notable ones I'll probably interact with here and there.
Oh my, you don't know? Perhaps the process damaged your memory. They are the Tuatha Deon, the enemies of all the young races. We've never seen them this far inland, not even during the invasion. I don't know why they are here. Hughes may have the answer to that as well. You must stay alive and reach him.
And when something that I actually forgot about, but when characters are talking, if they're part of a faction or are tied to the main quest, you'll see an icon on the right side of the screen, or at least where the right side of the text box, and that icon will tell you what they belong to, really. Like Ensel here, again, one letter away from disaster, belongs to the main story.
Oh, no doubt, but we must get to Hughes. He'll be in his study on the ground floor. The Tuatha are coming in through the lower levels. If we hurry, we should be able to beat them to the top. Take these. They'll help keep you safe long enough to get to Hughes. Now, let's get going.
Oh, he's definitely short. Hey, Loki, how you doing? And have a nice lurk, Vo. Or, well, have an excellent day if you're not lurking. And the reason he's so short is because he's a gnome.
The Well of Souls is just ahead. You'll see. And it works. It restored you to life. There will be plenty of time to explain later. We've got to get going.
But by and large, I was dead. I'm no longer dead. And I also have amnesia. There's also a war going on with immortals currently attacking the tower that resurrected me. He's a gnome problem. What? Oh, okay, that's a pun. Okay, that's a pun instead of it's a known problem, it's a gnome problem. Sorry, Loki, that took me a moment. Anyway, how you doing?
I wish I could tell you more. You showed no signs of life when we removed your new body from the well's waters. We just put it in the furnace room with the others. We would have never done that if we knew. Oh my, you don't know? Perhaps the process damaged your memory. We've never seen them this far inland. Not even during the invasion.
The attackers one just is for if you didn't pick it during the initial dialogue.
He'll be in his study on the ground floor of the tower. At least, I hope he's there. And safe.
And any dialogue choice you've already picked will be grayed out, so you do know what you have and haven't clicked on, which I do like.
Right this way. You go first.
Nothing over here. Buddy's having a bad day. Aha, boots. Provided you don't click take all, you can just equip stuff right from the right from picking it up, which is nice.
Well of souls. Imagine an end to woe. An end to death.
An end to the well. I didn't catch when I was younger just how much foreshadowing there was in this section. I'm not going to go into it for spoilers, but I'll definitely talk about it when it's relevant. I'm not going to be... I know for a fact I'm not going to be doing a might-based class. Or, well, I'm not going to be doing a might-based character. I'm probably going to go finesse sorcery this time. Just because it's something I'm used to. Not to mention, finesse sorcery is just cool. I'm gonna need the... Right, okay. I want to know where my character stored that. Come on, just die. Hey.
You're going to need more than just that sword. That one had a...
Oh, wrong thing. If you'll notice in the top left corner of the birch longbow box, there is a durability counter. The 20 out of 20. And this is 12, it says 12 out of 20. I actually don't mind durability in games as long as there's a way to easily manage it. And this game does offer relatively easy methods of fixing your weapons and armor. There's repair kits, which those actually get more useful as you level up your blacksmithing skill. Or you can go to a designated NPC and have them repair your equipment for a fee. You don't have to worry about arrows really in this game because you'll just get them back after a period of time. So it doesn't quite matter how much you miss. I'd like to know why my arrow was simply deleted from existence, though. That was weird. Aha! This is where we get the daggers.
Deadly if you catch an enemy unaware. Their speed more than makes up for their size.
Daggers and Feyblades are the only ways to actually sneak attack
More up ahead. If you can sneak up on them with your
in this game.
you should be able to finish them quickly and quietly.
Daggers are technically better. However, daggers are technically better for sneak attacks, but Feyblades do more damage. Maybe a fly ate the arrow. I mean, it's possible. It's certainly possible. Doesn't matter which one I go for here, the other will become alert as soon as I assassinate this one. I'm noticing a bit of frame rate lag. I wish they'd optimized it better. Time flies like an arrow. It certainly does.
Cave blossoms only respond in the presence of magic. Perhaps there is more to you than it seems. Incredible. What are you?
What happens if I do it again?
Power.
Right, there's cooldown on spells.
Save your magic for when you need it.
Okay. Hughes, per your request, we finally got the spider problem under control. Claude will try to take credit for efficient cleansing with his Praetorians, but I feel he overstates his case and fails to recognize the value of my own quick thinking and scholarly work provided to this successful operation. While overseeing the spider purge, I noticed that those guards who were affected by spider venom exhibited stiffness of joints and tightening of skin. Symptoms which suggest a possible solution for the internal cohesion problems of some of the Well's creations. I would have studied these symptoms in more depth, at the time, but the guards willfully and flagrantly disobeyed my orders to delay application of antitoxins. As such, I request that we capture some of these spiders in order to harvest their venom for future testing. Furthermore, I trust that these insubordinate guards will be punished immediately. For my steadfast pursuit of knowledge, I require no medal nor promotion. All I would ask is that you please reassign me off subject disposal detail. Guran, I don't think he got reassigned. All things considered. I'm not gonna wear the robes. If I'm gonna be going stealth magic... Do I want to do Feyblades and chakrams, daggers and chakrams, Feyblades and stabs, or daggers and stabs? Quite the conundrum here. Okay.
It completely covered the tunnel. Maybe you can use that staff to burn a path through. Not more spiders, burn them. Burn
The spiderwebs thing actually doesn't come up very much. Oh dear. Shockingly, I mean, I could technically do scepters too, but scepters are a little wonky. Scepters are definitely the worst of the three. Not because of anything major, mind you, just because, unlike... Well, actually, I suppose it is major. Let's see here. Abilities. So here is our... what most games would call a skill tree. Every single one of these has multiple levels, and you can mix and match them to build your character. Each of the three classes here has 3 weapon types that goes along with it. Might has longsword, greatsword, and hammer. Finesse has dagger, feyblade, and longbow. And sorcery has scepter, chakram, and staff. Scepter is probably the worst of the games, or not games, weapons in the game, in this game, actually, because unlike literally every other weapon class, scepters use some of your magic in order to actually do their thing. So, with mages specifically, a lot of the time you're using your primary weapon in order to, you know, not use your mana. I don't know why they did that with scepters, but it does make scepters less good than all of the others because of their mana cost. Okay, moving on. Like, if they wanted to... I understand that they had to give the bows, or that arrow quiver. Why couldn't they have given scepters charges for their damage dealing instead of having them do the same no matter what? And just use the mana bar. I don't understand that, and I think that is a genuine design flaw.
That's what I intend to find out. She came out of the well.
What? She better get inside to see the old man. Quick, before those Twatha make another push.
This is where we part ways. Take whatever you want from this armory. We might have a few things that would fit you. Just make sure you get to choose. We can hold off the Tuatha here.
This dialogue check right here would be one of the only few reasons I think you could make a case for picking Dokkalfar.
There's nothing more I can do except to stay here and slow down the Tuatha. But this is the armory after all. With luck, I'll see you on the outside.
And you don't have anything else to say there. Repair kits.
Nothing protects quite like layers of
I've got a lot of wounded gnomes to take care of.
leather armor.
Collect this. Literally just equipping it because it has more durability than what I currently have, and it's the same.
Give you the speed to a simple cloth. Or freeze your body and mind. That's why mages prefer it.
Right, moving that around. Well, progress log. Experiments are now successfully recreating bodies 97.5% of the time. Any missing limbs or extra fingers are now probably how the original subject looked, rather than a magical flux on our end. However, full revivification still eludes us. Even with increased testing, products are nothing more than inert lumps of skin and bone. Although the occasional spasm or twitch does allow hope for full success in the future. I know some of you complain that we should use cadavers and skip the corpse recreation altogether, but you must know we'd never be allowed to experiment with the subject's actual body. We may be working to recreate life, but that hardly allows us to desecrate the dead. Any further complaints can be brought to me directly. Fulmerus Hughes. I understand that you're trying to do this ethically, my guy. But this is a very, this is a gray area, honestly, as far as ethics go. Honestly, this is probably, at least partially, where, my fascination with necromancer characters came from as well. Or at least one of the suspects.
You've made it! And look at you! Even with all you've been through. The Tuatha, your return from the dead? Please forgive me. You must be terribly confused by all of this. I am Fulmerus Hughes, and this is my laboratory at Alistar. Everything you see here is dedicated to one thing, the Well of Souls. The pursuit of immortality. And you're my first success. If we only had the time, there's so much we might learn from one another.
Alright, he's got a lot of dialogue, so let's go through that real quick. Any important NPC, I'm going to go through all of their dialogue. It's just whether I'll go off and talk to some of the random ones that I might not do it all the time, but there's one I know I'll probably wind up doing.
It's been my life's work. Decades of research with a singular goal, ending death itself. And now, you're the only proof that it's a success. But why did it work on you and no one else? What makes you different from the others? There are so many questions to ask, and if we're to get any answers, we've got to get you someplace safe. I wish I could tell you more, but your death is a mystery to me as well. It seems that your memory died with your body. You see, the well is designed to capture the soul of someone recently deceased, recreating their physical form within its waters. Simple, really. Your rebirth is the first we might truly call a success. There have been others, but the results weren't quite right.
Yeah, we have absolutely no idea who we are going into this, but our backstory is actually why we were able to be recreated in the well. they do a pretty good job of connecting that.
I am Thurs Hughes, Scholar of Vivification Prime Circle. We're standing above my life's work, the Well of Souls. There's so much to learn about you, though. I imagine it's all a bit muddled. A side effect of the prismere? Shape of the basin? No. If only we had more time. The Fae are complicated. I could write 10 volumes on the effects of immortality on a pseudo-feudal court system alone. The Tuatha are a radical splinter of the Fae. Insane, bloodthirsty, and immortal. Even when they die, their essence returns home to be reborn later. They hate mortals like you and me, and want us wiped off the face of Amalur. I can only imagine how much they hate the idea of mortals being reborn.
I'll have to check and see if it's, if this continues, but I think they do a pretty good job, at least with this, of organically introducing us to concepts. The intro cutscene told us a lot, but the amnesia aspect helps us learn a bit about the world, simply because Hughes in particular is willing to explain a few of the more common aspects to us, and a couple other characters will explain things if asked. However, I don't think you get too much in-depth explanation unless you ask, which avoids pointless what's the word I'm looking? Exposition. It avoids the large exposition dumps that a lot of modern games fall into the trap of.
You don't know. They're called the Tuatha. They were once Fae folk of the Winter Court, but they've been twisted by their Lord Gadflow. But how could they have found us out here? We're miles away from the front lines. The war has never touched Dalantarth. And why attack them well?
I don't like that sometimes you have to scroll through to get to stuff, but I think they actually have it alphabetical order. Now that I'm looking at it.
Too much to explain right now. The Tuatha have come to stop my work, but I don't believe they know about you. Not yet. What's important is getting you out of here safely. You're the only proof of what we've achieved here. I may not be able to save the well, but I can ensure that its only success is safe. We're in the Feylands, miles away from the front lines. I thought we were safe enough from the war, but it seems some of the Tuatha found their way here anyway. Absolutely not. I've got my notes, but it's most important that you stay safe. It's just that you're... Wait, where are you going? Simply astounding. I'm not certain what's caused it, but somehow... yes, as I was saying, I'm not sure what... Perhaps I should go see.
Sir! Mr. Hughes! The Tuatha have reached the lab! They're inside the mouth!
No! We've got to get you out of here now! Quickly! Follow the path to the town of Gorhart. Find Agath. He's a friend, and he may be able to help. No matter what else, stay alive!
I do have to give Hughes credit for being a little guy. Oh dear. Let's just do that. I'm playing on the highest difficulty, so of course things are gonna do a lot of damage. Alright, there's 2 in here. At least I think it's 2. Might be 3. Thankfully, these Tuatha are deaf. You definitely don't want to be in a situation where, oh dear. You're out of health potions, so stealth in that... with that room specifically helps a lot. Because, hello, first boss fight. That was an autosave, but I want to actually save. I hit the wrong button on that one. I need to make sure you are gone. Because I'm fairly certain that trolls can actually one-shot me. Particularly with that move. I think they're actually vulnerable to poison or something like that. They're resistant to all kinds of elemental damage, though, which is annoying. Perhaps I shouldn't have... oh dear. I think I hit a button on accident. Perhaps I shouldn't have picked the highest difficulty. This really is, for the most part, going to just... slow things down. I actually do kind of like the fact that the animations are visible. Particularly with trolls. But I think there's... we'll see how much this holds up. But you kind of know exactly what move is coming just from the animation of the enemy, which is neat. I'll be honest here, the one the DLC I'm actually worried about is the Faceworn one. Or the section I'm worried about is the Faceworn DLC. Because while oh dear. Everything else was created by the same developer, but I think Fates 1 was someone else. Or, well, same developers. Fates 1 was another team. Right button mash. There we go. I'll just be taking all of that. I'm not going to be really doing much in the way of sage crafting just yet. That, like blacksmithing, really only comes into play later. Up until, like, mid-game-ish, you can actually find better stuff just around. Alright, we're going to be starting with Detect Hidden, because Detect Hidden, that is going to be absolutely needed. I should prioritize Detect Hidden and Dispelling, with blacksmithing when I don't have the levels. Alright, so there's a trainer in Goreheart, so I can skip that. Alright, so that's 3 levels that are going to be spent on Detect Hidden. 2 on Dispelling, so that's 5. 6, 7, and then 8. Let's go with that for now, I suppose. But the skills, all of the ones that are milestones have an additional effect that they give you. Oh shoot, I messed up. I clicked Dispelling instead of Detect Hidden. Oh well. But that is actually huge. I really messed up. Though it's not like I can't just head over to Agarth. I'm going to be abusing this game's respec feature a lot, because using the respec feature, you can actually pretty much max out every skill in the game.
Another survivor? But I've never seen you in the tower. Were you one of the professor's assistants in the downstairs projects? Did he escape with you? Not without the well, we can't. This is the only one, and the Tuatha were tearing it apart. Hughes is the only one who understands how it worked.
I'm not gonna go through all of this, but see what I mean by NPCs have whole things.
Thank Matharu. Another survivor. Are there any more? I suppose that's a little bit of kindness from fate. May those still trapped inside rest peacefully.
She actually... We're going to be seeing another Henry soon.
Stay safe. We'll be moving soon.
I saw you fighting there. We could have used more of you. Did they really have a troll?
The giant rock thing, yes.
I don't know how the Tuatha found us, but if they had a troll, it couldn't have been an accident. Fate was kind to collapse that doorway behind you, or they would have chased us into the glade. Good luck out there.
These boards are the only places we can actually jump from. I don't know why this was a design choice. I guess they just wanted to connect bits of the area easier. It's weird. Hi, rats. Alchemy is actually a pretty handy one. I've never really used it. Well, honestly, the least important skill is actually mercantile. Strange as that sounds. Mercantile just falls off hard because Detect Hidden will give you a ton of gold on your own, or on its own. And once you invest in blacksmithing a bit, mid to late game, you're not really buying much, like at all. Unless there's something specific, okay. Something specifically you want to, or you want that you know a shop has. So, honestly, Mercantile's probably going to be the one that I just kind of let fall to the wayside. Like, Stealth has combat applications, but is mostly useful outside of combat. Alchemy isn't bad. Blacksmithing and Sagecraft allow for creation of some truly broken stuff later. Detect Hidden is just always useful. Dispelling lets you access more stuff. Like, we're about to see some Dispelling right there, and I'm probably going to die, but... Oh, or not. I don't have the finesse for that. I should heal. Every game has its balancing issues, but it really is very pronounced with this game. Other games wouldn't have quite that level of discrepancy between just how overpowered certain skills are. That, I do think, is a design flaw. I'll probably be giving this game a blank out of 10 score at the end of this. And I'd what I'm probably going to wind up doing... Shoot. Aha, that's how we access the map from here. Or without going into the menu. So, like I said, the base game map, Gallows End, and the Teeth of Naros were all by the original developer. Mithros was by someone else, so I'm probably going to wind up judging Mithros separately, especially because I had to buy it separately. I'm also definitely not going to have any sort of nostalgia for Mithros, considering it only came out, like, at most a couple years ago. Bears in this game are actually really nasty. I don't really want to fight you head on. I'm going to run. Or not. Uh-oh. There we go.
You. I remember you. You're the one? How did you come back? How did you find me here?
This guy is very suspicious.
No, I had no idea anything like that would happen. The Well of Souls is bigger than one knows. Pet project. My
pardon?
pays for information about its progress. I just send reports to make some money on the side. I never wanted anyone to get hurt. I promise you, if I knew who it was, I'd tell you. Sharing research is one thing, but academic sabotage is a crime.
Yeah, this guy's, pardon, an idiot. But you can choose whether to let him go or try to extort him or just kill him. I'm gonna let him go.
Thank you. Here, take this. It's the pay for my last report. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm going back home to Odessa.
Over here. Now, do I want to go into the mine just yet? Stone Candle Mine, which is the mine right there, or cave right there, is completely optional. It is not tied to a quest. Oh dear. You can do it at any point, and it won't really matter. However, I think I'm gonna wait because my current equipment is damaged. If I'd chosen Varani and gotten an extra thing in Detect Hidden, that right there would be a extra thing to loot. I feel like such an idiot there. Agarth! This guy's hilarious.
You've come from the tower, haven't you? Name's Agarth. Maybe you can help an old Fate Weaver, eh? Fate Weavers look at the great tapestry of fate. The threads will tell us how a life will unfold. But knowing the future and being able to change it are two very different things. Trust me, I've known that for a long time. Nobody can change fate. Poor old Fomerus Hughes. He respected the way the world works. It's a shame. He'll be dead by now.
This is honestly the more pressing one.
The cards told me that the Well of Souls would work, but Hughes' success would come on the day of his death. He took it pretty well, honestly. Although we did a lot of drinking after that. You really don't know much, do you? A Fate Weaver taps into the threads of fate and channels that energy through a focus. My order prefers cards. The cards are unique to each Fate Weaver, since we all see the weave differently.
They do make no. I do like the fact that they make reference to the amnesiac thing. However, unfortunately, a lot of the decisions you make don't really impact anything down the line. There's only one that I can think of, and it's the reason I'm gonna have to be careful about routing.
You're the one. Then that means it all makes sense now. The cards this morning. I drew the Gravedigger, the Running Man, and the Beast. Prepare yourself. They're coming.
Come on. I probably am going to respec a little, or to respec here, because detect hidden is really important, or maybe not. We'll see. I've melded him into the wall. Egarth, hello.
What? How? What are you? The threads of fate. I've seen them before, but I've never seen anyone manipulate them like that. You just changed how the world was supposed to work. How did you do that?
Let's mess with him a little. Or, well, be honest, but in the most, you're gonna see his reaction to this one.
You just... Fate is the will of the gods. No mortal should be able to change it. How is that even possible? Come here. I'm going to do a reading. You might be able to change the threads, but fate will still have a plan for you. I promise not to tell you if I see your death. It's a gift. Some people paint landscapes, other people write poetry. I peer into the weave of fate's tapestry and see people's deaths. Don't worry, it's quick, it doesn't hurt, and there's no charge. And after what I've seen, I'm not letting you out of my sight until I have an answer. You're nervous. Relax. This is what Fate Weavers do. I'll be seeing your place in the pattern of destiny. Who you are, what you've done, where your path takes you. Or, at least, I should be. You're real, right? I swear I haven't had that much.
No matter what you do, he reads your fate real quick. That's why I don't like that doesn't impact anything, it just gives you a line of dialogue. Or changes the dialogue you get. This, however, leads to a... Agarth is probably the highest functioning drunk of all time.
I am. But still, I've never seen someone whose fate was just missing. Not even when I was drunk as the King of Ballads. This doesn't make sense. All mortal creatures have a place in the pattern. You should have one too, dead or not. If this is true, and I'm not saying I believe it, then your path is yours to determine.
Until like level 2 or 3, you don't really get access to stuff. Or to the combined ones. I'm gonna be going finesse sorcery. Yeah. I think it might actually be level 4 that I get access to this. But, this is... I love the finesse sorcery. Might, I did my first time. I did pure might. And the pure might tree isn't that bad, really. Especially that last stand thing. However, I like the variety that finesse sorcery gives. You could also go and just do all of them. Which is actually also nice. Because Universalist gives a lot. However, that +3 to all skills, if you know what you're doing, isn't really all that useful. I'm just gonna go with Acolyte, or actually, no, this one for now. Or, no, Acolyte.
I can see the threads around you, but they're shifting, changing so rapidly. I can't make sense of them. Normally the threads would guide my hand to the cards, and I'd use those cards to see your pattern in the weave. But it just didn't happen. They wouldn't focus. So either there's something wrong with me, and there isn't, or there's something very wrong with you.
His mouth just broke for a moment there. Ugh.
Damn it, it's the truth. At least, I think it is. The world is changing. You might be a sign of that. Or maybe the cause. I've never had a reason to doubt my own readings, but we should consult with Arden. He's not a friend, but he's got a good eye for the tapestry. I'll meet you at his home to the east. I'm going to see if I can be of any help to the wounded at the tower.
Alright, first of all...
Still here, huh? Can't quite decide if you want to hear what the cards say, can you?
Okay, it doesn't let me do Fate Weaving immediately. Fate Weavers are how you respec in this game. I'm going to be abusing that a lot. I'm going to be hitting up Fate Weavers quite often because it also allows you to reallocate your skills. And reallocating your skills allows you to access trainers that you otherwise couldn't. That's why I said that if you know what you're doing, Universalists +3 to all skills isn't that important. Or all that helpful. Because if you know how to abuse Fate Weavers, you're going to be at a point where that's not going to play in at all.
Once I was Agarth the Unyielding, the Blade of Avgrum. I wrestled the Colossus Priestess and declined knighthood by the High King of the Fae. I was a hero of men, but that wasn't enough for me. I joined the Fate Weavers, hoping to find a way to conquer destiny itself. Turns out fate is the one thing I couldn't fight. You can find Arden's little cottage in the middle of Joven. Had to move there when he got run out of town. He's a damned good Fate Weaver, but that doesn't make you very popular. Especially not in dark days like these. We are all threads in the tapestry of fate. Measured, woven, and cut according to a great plan. Fate Weavers undertake the task of reading those threads. Our title always was a bitter lie, since we have no control over how that tapestry is woven. But you do. And when a Fate Weaver looks at your place in the weave, we see only the shapes of what you may choose to become.
I just noticed that Garan is in the background still. Which is kind of hilarious. He's just sitting there waiting for us to be done talking.
The Fate Weavers were once a great, unified order of sages from all the mortal races. We foretold the destinies of kings and gods. But that power takes a toll. Nobody likes bad news. And all the news in the world is getting worse. The Order splintered long ago. Now the old traditions are all but lost. And all I foretell is the fate of my beer. And I see it being empty soon. Hughes was always an artist. Curious and determined as any of his kind, sure. He never shut up about his work. But he always knew what was important. He didn't worry about dying as long as he knew he'd get the well working. The Tuatha aren't like any Fae I've ever known. They're cruel, bloodthirsty, and savage. Why, they're practically human.
And nothing else there.
That's just it. I don't know if you've got one, but that's why we're going to see Arden. He lives in a little hut to the east in Yulven. I'll meet you there. What could this all mean?
Here we go, grab that. Also this over here. This really is a beautiful game. And Gurhan just despawned. I was worried that it was about to freeze on me. Okay.
Of all the songs in halls of lore, there echoes none more grand than Olane's many feats of light, the pure and lady of the light. She is a knight of golden knot. She is the cure seeker, the conscience of the summer fae. She is the heart of spring, of day.
Right, they added the little Boggart statue thing there to the remake. Or remaster. I wish they'd fix some of the bugs I noticed, but it is nice that they went through and added some stuff. Alright, how much gold do I have? 698. That's not a lot.
Everyone just stand back. The warden can't work when you're crowding so close. Go back to your business. Go.
Lore stones are actually incredibly important. Lore stones would be that Olane one I just found. It would be under here. If I find all of the Dalentarth ones, I get 8% poison resistance, and these are permanent buffs, by the way. These last three were added with Fatesworn. Which these two are actually really good. That is situational at best. That is also situational at best. But the Teeth of Naros one is handy. Gallows End is handy. Grave Hall is situational. Winter is also situational. Summer and fall are just huge. But yeah, every single lore stone set gives you some kind of buff. And where is... there we go. Gorgwath. Gorgwath is the reason I want to hit level 8 as quickly as possible, and the reason I said I was probably not going to be doing the faction for the House of Ballads right off the bat. House of Ballads is a faction, and that 6% damage with Feyblades is nice. Well, 6% additional damage with Feyblades. However, One of those lore stones is hidden behind a fake wall, which I can't access until level 8 at the earliest. I do like that you can actually go back through and listen to these. That's nice. Oh boy. Yeah, there's a lot. That just automatically gives in. That'll actually give me a level if I can manage. Alright. We're gonna go with the Running Man armor for now. But see what I mean about the item descriptions? The Running Man is a card of desperation. It, like the armor crafted in its name, indicates someone in need of safety and security. The Circle of Thurs believed that the Running Man also indicated a fate that could be changed. The valley represents a division in the lives of those fated with this card. For better or worse, the challenges ahead will split them in two directions. Usually, this is metaphorical. The truth. The card of the truth is inscribed with a line written in ancient Diverga. Those who tell the truth shall die, those who tell the truth shall live forever. The meaning of this passage is unknown and hotly debated among Fate Weavers. Sometimes the lore tidbits are just funny. I like to have the talismans instead of the normal shields, because it makes sense that you'd be able to hide a talisman. However, sticking a giant tower shield in your pockets, less likely. Alright, it would be options. Hide helmet on. Purely cosmetic, but what can you do? Yep, this one.
Careful in the forest.
Oh, wait. You know what? I think I am going to go with Feyblades. Or... yeah, just because I want to make use of that Gorgoth one. The wind rushes forward, changing things in ways that are barely able to be perceived, and moves on. Those who draw the wind are rarely able to feel the touch of the weave on their lives, so it has and will change them. And the flame is just a great staff. Oh, because it's broken. The flame is a beacon standing tall above others. Those of the flame draw the fates of others into their lives, and for the better or for the worse. The card of the flame indicates one whose fate is bound to those around them. The song is often thought to be a card of hope and encouragement. In truth, most Fate Weavers read this card for what it is, an indication that those fated of the song will live a memorable, beautiful, and short life. The flame is a good staff. I think I might go with the song for now, though, because I just love chakrams. Feyblades and chakrams are, like, easily the most, how should we say this? Unique weapon types in this game. Other weapon types you'll see in other games, but Feyblades and chakrams I have not seen in another game. I might have just not played one.
The last settlement before the Feylands. How can I fill your pack today?
Alright, I need 7,500 for that backpack. Okay. I'm just gonna sell all these. Backpacks are neat and needed simply because that is how you increase your carrying capacity. Actually, I might not have to Fate Weaver right off the bat, because there's, I think, a Detect Hidden Trainer in Goreheart. Technically that does more damage. However, I think the wind might be better still. Twin Souls is definitely the better of the three. Imminent is the next one for finesse. So we're going to go down here. Wait, it would be consumables because it's Elixir of Inspiration. Detect Hidden. Because being able to see enemies on the map is really handy. Armor, and I can actually wear the pensive, or the imminent stuff now. Fate may be unalterable, but those discern its path soonest profit most. Imminent is actually pretty good for early game because of that experience bonus in Reckoning mode. Oh! Hello, Jackets! Or wait, no, not Jacket, Jack. Why did I read your name as Jacket? Nice to meet you. How you doing? And yeah, this game I'm going through and playing again. This is the game that really got me into gaming in general. So I'm going through and I'm being a little more critical than normal. And just sort of stating things as I go. That's alchemy. I want the inn. I want the inn. There we go. Yeah. I hope that when you get around to playing it that you like the game too.
Pull up a stool, stranger. We don't have much, but what we have won't leave a hole in your pocket. Are you here about that Fey girl?
Well... Oh. Okay, so these don't give any. Well, that's just sad. Forgot about that bit. Not you. You. I think you train Detect Hidden. Yep, I need 15,000 for that, though. Okay. We're going to be coming back for that one. Amalur is one of those games that it's difficult to get on people's radar, but when you like it, you're probably going to replay it.
Need supplies?
Just because it's a good game.
Cast down the brothers of St. Odwig's. Only when they fall to earth will they realize they are not above us.
That is actually not as good.
Help me to expose the mission for what it truly is. A prison of ideas in which they hope to keep us locked away forever. I tell you, your mind...
You can actually... It is actually possible to get lost. Not as lost as in some other games, but you can still get lost.
Welcome to Gorhard. Don't believe
I'm just gonna pick up every quest while I'm here.
Mitharu is a god, not a mortal. She is all of us, not...
I don't care what you race. It's a tragedy whenever anyone's savage like this. Just look at the poor creature. She's been beaten to the brink of death. The Fae may be strange, but they certainly don't deserve this. It appears she was attacked with some manner of short blade. Likely a dagger, although there's no way I can be sure. People simply stood by as she called for help. No one lifted a finger. Can you imagine? It's shameful to treat another in such a way, even if she is a Fae. I don't know whether we possess the knowledge to treat such a wound. Frankly, I don't even know if I could save a mortal with such grievous wounds.
Oh.
It's difficult to say. We've been plagued by the Red Legion for days, but it's not their way to go after the Fae in the area. They like their targets mortal. In case you haven't heard, there have been some Tuatha sighting in the woods to the west, so that's also a possibility. It's unlikely, though. Well, you're the only one. With all the troubles we've suffered in this village, people are weary of adversity. They'd rather just ignore it. I'm going to suggest something a bit... untraditional. There's a Fae named Eri. She spends her days up on the hill overlooking the village. Seek her wisdom. I would do it, but... I am a coward. That's the truth. Perhaps a Fae will know how to heal a Fae. If not, then we're back where we started. Bye now.
I like this guy. He's terrified and he admits it, but he also wants what's best for people. Can't decide on the second weapon. Are you doing pure sorcery, or are you trying to mix it up with finesse and might? Because if you're doing pure sorcery, then I'd actually recommend investing in chakrams. However, if you want to do finesse, if you want to do finesse sorcery, then I'd recommend Fey Blades or daggers. And if you want to do might sorcery, hammers get a bonus later on. Does that help? But chakrams are just neat. I'm going with Fey Blades and chakrams because they're just the more unique weapons for this game. But any weapon really is viable. I just don't like scepters. My only recommendation is first playthrough, stay away from scepters. Scepters aren't all that useful because they drain your magic. And if you're already doing sorcery anyway, you're going to want to conserve your magic for the actual spells. You want to do some kind of combo. Okay, so staves, Fey Blades and daggers going finesse sorcery will allow you for assassination, or will allow you to assassinate stuff. That doesn't work on bosses, but you can clear out entire rooms of enemies if you're careful with just stealth and either Fey Blades or daggers. Might will make your character a little tankier, and in that case, I'd recommend hammers, or if you want to offset the slow speed of the stabs, longswords. Because longswords are average speed, hammers are slow. Because if you look at it, these are... Fey Blades are fast, chakrams are average. It really just depends. Every single weapon has its own speed. And you can also take a look at the lore stones page, because there's 2 weapon varieties that actually get a buff from the lore stones. Gorgwath gives plus 6% damage with Feyblades, and Summer's End gives plus 6% damage with hammers. There's also, I think, a ranged attack one here somewhere. Yes, but that's like way later in the game. So my recommendation would be, it really just depends on what you want.
Welcome to St. Odwig's perpetual mission. I would invite you in, but the Order has been too trusting in the past. We try to learn from our mistakes. Although, one never knows what might be a test of faith. You have arrived just when I am in need of aid. So perhaps Mitharu is at work. We at St. Odwig's have worked for years to establish a presence on this hill. It's not been without its challenges. The call of the Feylands does not fall upon deaf ears, and many of our youngest don't have the will to resist. Take Brother Egan, for example. 2 nights ago, Egan ventured past the walls to collect firewood and never returned. We must find him before anything happens. Mitharu be praised. His order reigns supreme. Brother Egan was last seen northeast of here, just off the road near the Fey ruins. Please find him. Perhaps then we can welcome you into the fold with open arms.
I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of Mitharu. Or, Mitharan missions. Yes, there are great swords. I mentioned them earlier. They're slow speed, though, and unlike hammers, they don't get a lore stone buff.
And every storm, she is with all of us.
But if you like great swords, you can use great swords. Just make sure that you like the moveset before you commit. Well, it's actually not all that important, really, because there's also Fate Weavers, and Fate Weavers allow you to respec. Which, actually...
Still here, huh?
That is cheaper than buying the... Okay.
Can't quite decide if you want this or...
There we go, and then I'll be able to buy that. So if you really want to, you can always just come back. Actually, no, let's go with this, because that unlocks new stuff. And there we go. Yeah, when you're in a pinch, you can always... Well, if you decide that you don't like anything after you've already committed to a build, this game does give you the freedom to just go through and do something else. Might I ask what race you picked? Because there are 2 starting races that are just so much better than the others, it's not even funny. Local map. Okay, no more of those here. And the reason that there's 2 starting races that are just so much better than the others is because once you get into mid to late game, it doesn't matter anymore. Everything equalizes. You can be just as dangerous as a Varani mage. A Varani mage is just as dangerous as a Losselfar mage. What early game really impacts is skills. Okay, so that way's the way back. I can't disarm traps yet. Or, sorry, what race you pick really just impacts the skill. And certain skills are actually more important early game than they are late game. There's a couple that are just always important. Alright, I'm about to get ambushed here. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hang on a second. I picked Losselfar. So, I actually... Nope, that's not it. The only way you can really check that would be the skills. Detect Hidden, you want to get that before you start a quest called the House of Ballads, or you're going to have to do some backtracking. Dispelling is also really important. These two, I'd say, are the two most important early game. Mercantile is just the least important skill in the game all around. Everything else has something it does that others don't. Mercantile is just generally unnecessary. But Losselfar and Varani are the best races to pick, because Losselfar gives you automatic +2 to Dispelling, and Varani gives you automatic +1 to Detect Hidden, so that's less you have to spend on both of those. Oh, whoops. Wrong button. Acolyte would be your destiny, which is essentially your class. That doesn't do anything, or at least not anything better than what I already had. I need 15,000 gold. Come on, ignite. Thank you. I believe... Actually, no, this way, I think, is the optional one. Well, technically this entire cave is optional. There's no reason to come here except exploration. However, doing that exploration gives you a bit of extra gold and experience to start off your journey with. There's actually not a lot of truly optional content in here, in this game. Aside from Stone Candle Mines, I think every single area... Oh, hi. Oh dear. Why did you miss? Ow. Has a quest tied to it somehow. You might... some you have to enter in order to find the quest. And others will just send you the quest, or other quests will just send you there. But it is interesting to note. Nothing else. I'd like to know why the Kobold Rogues knew I was here from the get-go. Alright, save. And I believe it's just these three. I will say daggers are definitely better if you want to be taking out the enemies from stealth like that. Feyblades can do massive damage and can actually still kill things from stealth. However, because they're more combat oriented than daggers are, while daggers are meant to be sneak attacked with, you are still going to have to deal with not being put immediately back into stealth after attacking with it, or with the Feyblades. If you sneak attack with the daggers, it'll put you back into stealth immediately. If you sneak attack with the Feyblades, you have to do a little extra legwork. I have no use for a gem right now. Down we go. And then back out here. And that's Stone Candle Mines. I'd like to get the 15,000 gold so I can train. But gold is pretty scarce in early game. It's much less scarce as you go along. But for the earliest portions of the game, gold is a little tight. You're going to wind up with a ton as you invest in Detect Hidden, though. because every single time you run across a dead body, it will at the very least give you gold. And Detect Hidden increases the amount of gold you get from those dead bodies. Detect Hidden really does just kind of make Mercantile obsolete in that regard. And once you hit late game, you're going to have more gold than you know what to do with anyway, which just makes Detect Hidden even less useful. Or, sorry, no, not Detect Hidden. Mercantile even less useful. I need 15,000.
Yeah, what can I get you?
That helps a little. I don't think I'm really going to be using those much. I'm definitely not going to be using that. Okay, so I'm like almost halfway to where I need to be gold-wise.
Don't be a stranger.
There's certain quests I'm not going to be picking up just yet. Reason being, one of them in particular has a potential to actually break the game, or like actually break the game. I don't know if they fixed that specifically, but I know that on release, the remake had a problem with a very specific early game quest, so I'll be doing every other quest up until that point, and then I'll be sort of just reload, or I'll make an extra save just in case. I've actually never played World of Warcraft. Get away from me, plague bearers. Boggart plague bearers and pestilent brownies have the most potential to inflict you with the disease out of every other out of every enemy variant in the game. Fair enough. My first MMO was a game called Toram Online. I still occasionally log into it.
What they say about these stones is true, but if it is, well, this is just too good to not save forever. Lystrom was out of town when Artol was visiting. Now, Lystrom doesn't know Artol, and Artol is older and strange. She could be mistaken for a fate weaver. So, when Lystrom came back to town, here was Artol the Oracular. I said to Lystrom, I hear her readings are amazing. You should go. Oh my, you should have seen it. A rooster, she said, will change into a man, and this man will become your lover. He will provide for you, and he will make you laugh, and he will make your life exciting and easier. But, and this is something you can never forget, he must never eat chicken. And once in a while, he will need to peck at things on the ground, and every morning at the break of dawn, you'll hear a loud cry from him.
Thank you for the lurk, Jack. I hope you enjoy both my stream and the game. So, The lore stones, as the name implies, give you more lore about the world. And that one right there tells us a few things, just right off the bat. First of all, it tells us that, well, it reaffirms that Fate Weavers are considered weird and just generally kind of laughed at. Or just generally are kind of laughed at. Let's actually go do that. It also shows that transformative magics are considered very out there, which is very interesting to note. Because usually when you have stuff like that, transformative magics tend to be considered stranger in these types of games. And it also hints at homosexual relationships actually not being that big of a deal in this world. Because I believe Lystrom is a man's name. And while normally I wouldn't make any mention of that, there are some quote-unquote romances in this game. They're not actually romances, but your character can be flagged as in a relationship with certain NPCs. Or at least certain NPCs will treat your character as if you're in a relationship with them. And every single one of those is a woman. Like, no matter what you choose for your Fateless One's gender, you canonically had relations with a woman in the past and can be flagged as in a relationship with a woman now. Which is actually really interesting to me. I guess we just both miss. Moving on. Because I believe there's something around here. I must have already gotten it. Aha, there we are. Mic going off for a bit.
I have a secret to tell you. I am not sad. When I was a girl, my father used to tell me that when you grow old with someone, you tie your fates together and create a pattern that is part yours and part theirs. My father said that this is why when an old person dies, their partner is never far behind. But I do not feel that way. I feel free.
May your hollow gods keep you mortal. I am called Aerie. Your face is new to me. You're different from those in Gorhart. They amuse me, and I strive to learn all I can from them. Have you come to ask about the Tuatha? I can offer only what I know, and hope it will suffice. Yes, I witnessed this crime, although I did not recognize the one who perpetrated it. It is often difficult to distinguish one mortal from another. The victim was Alluvia, but I knew her only by name. You must be hoping that I can offer advice, but I cannot. If she is meant for the Great Cycle, then so be it. However, I would be quite interested to find out whether one of my kind would benefit from one of your mortal remedies. I've always wondered. It will need to be powerful. Your delicate forms are far more sensitive than ours. In fact, it's astounding that you survive as long as you do. Farewell.
If I have to live for the rest of my life without him knowing, well then I'll deal with that. I think there's something to be said for it. I think it's noble. Yeah, I could tell someone, but that's just asking for praise. What makes it an act of kindness is that nobody knows, or at least that he doesn't know. I let him have the glory. No one has to know his arrow missed. He saved the town. He's a hero.
Alright. The early game really does put an emphasis on how different the fair folk and the mortal races are. Which is really good set dressing. Waterhall Down is one of the few areas that can actually be completed preemptively. Or not. Well, actually, no, it can be completed preemptively because you can run around and do everything. The reason I actually do advise doing that with this specifically, because Brother Egan likes to run straight into traps, trigger them, and leave you to deal with the consequences. Not the worst thing in the world, but mildly annoying. Are you... Come on. Oh dear. Just die already. Detect Hidden will also help you deal with traps, although not at this point. Oh dear, almost had my first death. Here I was harping on about Brother Egan. When I should have been a little more concerned about my own clumsy rear. Granted, if you do it this way, you do have to go through the dungeon twice. However, you don't also have to watch out for him. Are you... Sprites are interesting because they are weak enemies that become so much worse. Wait, what? When did that happen? Oh dear. Okay, then we're gonna do this. I didn't even realize my stuff had broken. So, we're gonna go, well, we're gonna wait for this, and then we're gonna repair everything. Because, whoops. It's honestly better off... Oh, right, because I don't have enough. Oh boy. If you have the repair kits, it's honestly better to just click Repair Equipped. I'm actually not going to do this because... I'm actually going to do Dispelling instead of Detect Hidden. Because if there's a chance that I out-level my... or over-level Detect Hidden. That is needed... And I can now do Disciple. But trainers will only train you up to their skill level. The early game trainers... Oh dear. Will only train you up to level 3 in a skill. So because I'm trying to get that as quickly as possible... I have to be careful to not out-level, or I'm going to have to visit Agarth again. And while visiting Agarth isn't the worst thing in the world, not by a long shot, it does cost extra money, and when I'm already going to be spending you know, 15,000 on this, I kind of want to make sure that I have the money. And I don't really want to spend extra. Okay, that's worse than what I've got. There we go. Collect that. Thankfully, sprites on their own aren't that big of a problem. What actually makes sprites a problem... Well, sprites, boggarts, and brownies actually are interesting because on their own, they're not that dangerous. However, there are enemies that they can fight alongside that actually make them really dangerous. Alright, Brother Egan. Come on. Oh, hi, Pile. I can sell those. For sprites, it's the champions. Because elemental sprite champions give the little sprites additional elemental powers. For boggarts, it's threshes. Threshes are a problem in general, but when boggarts are around, the boggarts will stun lock you, so the thresh can just delete all of your health in like one attack string.
Hello. Yes? What could a mortal vagabond need with Casmaran the Eternal, messenger of the Fey folk? Speak! My time may be of the ages, but it is still precious. Father Dinwell sent you, didn't he? Old fool. His path to power was too plodding, and now he wishes to slow me down too. Well, I have new friends, Fey friends. They are named Finna and Arbos, and they have sworn to share their secrets with me, to gift me with true magic. But first I must give them something in return. They want an ancient treasure buried in Waterhall Down. But wait, you appear to have the veil already. This is my lucky day. Come, they will want to see it. Goodbye now.
And now we follow him. And brownies make fighting enemies called Crudocs, who are probably some of the most annoying in the game, even worse. So while sprites, boggarts, and brownies might not be that dangerous on their own, they make some... Oh dear. Egan! I thought I triggered all the traps. Oh well. I think I actually get more money. Because I can get experience and money if I don't give the veil to Finna and Arbos. If I do, I think I just get money. But experience is just as important because I need to hit level 8 as soon as possible. Because without level 8, I have to do some backtracking. Again, not the worst thing in the world. But slightly annoying to remember to backtrack. I don't... Okay, I'm actually going to turn off the tutorials. Because I know how to play this game. And the fact that it keeps saying, hey, remember, fate, is a little annoying. Oh dear, okay, on second thought, let's actually do this, because that's a lot of enemies. I'm not gonna make it. Okay. So we're gonna do this. So I can get the experience bonus at least. And now I can just collect all this. You're guarding some treasure. I want the treasure. I need the money. Oh dear. Just die already, please. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Ember Eyes and Black Cohosh are important. Because those are the ingredients used to make health potions. I think it's Bloodroot for the next tier up. Okay, so there's nothing over here except you. I'll come back for you. Alright.
What is this? A little Indian has made a friend? I have a feeling this is going to be a problem.
She is very clearly Dokofar and not, Fairfolk.
Obviously. Anyone who has ever glimpsed a Fae would know that. Unlike little Egan here, your head holds more than fantasies. The Feylands are such fertile ground for games. The inhabitants are so oafish you can fill your pockets with hardly any effort. Are you going to give us what's rightfully ours, or do we need to start a new game? My brother and I are always ready to play. You cannot cheat me, my friend.
Worth a shot.
In these woods, I think I know my curses. What's your decision?
Okay, so you don't get to choose to, or you have to fight them unless you manage to persuade them that it's cursed.
Poor choice. Besides, Egan was just an instrument, a tool, as I'm sure you discovered. He can be disposed of, and so can you. You outsmarted us. Goodbye.
Alright, get rid of you, because you are the bigger problem. Egan can handle her, because I believe he's actually a protected NPC. Or maybe not? Okay, she might have killed him. If so, this will be the first time I've ever actually... Oh, okay, no, he must have just fallen on the ground for a little while. Yeah, he was protected.
Before I came to Gorehart, I'd never known anyone outside my immediate family. Everything was so new, so magical. You must think me a fool. And Father Dinwell, come, let's return to the mission. I must ask forgiveness of so many. See you later.
Alright, I don't actually have to follow him. Like I said, he's protected. Boggart. Hi! What? Dude. You just watched me take out how much? You are not you are not going to stand a chance here. Shadow prisms are a cool concept, I just don't... They're not that useful. I'll be coming back up this way later. I don't want to get into anything too crazy right now. Yeah, because I'll be heading into Agner Far Hall if I, or when I pick up that quest. Which will allow for a few different, or which will put me back up over that way. Fen, what's the matter? Guess my dog was having a nightmare. Let's just do this. Come on.
Egan has returned. As for you, you have done as I asked, and we here at St. Odwig's are forever grateful. Consider this meager reward a donation to your cause. It is just one, to be sure.
Okay. Reliquary. There is actually a couple reasons I'm heading down here. Ordination Tome is needed for another quest, and I can just sort of auto-complete it if I do that. You're technically not supposed to pick this up until later, but I'm gonna pick it up now because it's not like I'm really going to be doing much in the way of, it's not like I'm going to be low on money anyway.
Oh, I didn't see you come in. I was reading this letter, and is there anything I never thought it would happen. They're coming. Even with everything else going on in this village, the Red Legion is coming for me. I was not always the pious man you see before you. No, I was a scoundrel, a raider in the dreaded Red Legion, a gang of the notorious bandit Red the Dead Idward. But plunder could not sustain me. I wanted something more. Several of us faked our deaths and deserted, always knowing that Red might track us down. And now, he has. It's all here in Red's letter. He demands we satisfy the blood rite. 2 lives for 1. He'll let me go, but only if I kill the men who deserted with me. But I cannot. I could hand myself over to Red, but he'd have me killed. The only other choice is to kill the men who left with me. I can't do that. I'm not the man I used to be. I do what I must. I only hope Ugnar and Itrin will forgive me. Ugnar works in Gorhart village. Itrin haunts the ruins near Haxi, still struggling with his demons. Be on your guard. I fear they will likely come for me as well. When it's finished, take their daggers and bring them to Red Edward. He will demand proof. Take mine to start. Good luck, my friend. May Mitharu bless you. Mitharu is
okay. I don't have access to a fence just yet. Let's go through here. If I'd talked to Father Dinwell and mentioned Sister Zelda, who's the lady down the stairs, screaming about how sexist this mission is, he would say that she's annoying. But if you talk to him after giving her the tome, and she proves that he's a sexist bastard, he pretends like he's seen the light or whatever. I, truth be told, am not going to be coming back in here until after, or unless I have a quest reason. I don't like Mitharu or his missions.
It's on every tongue. We are so close. St. Odwig's cannot resist much longer. And once it relents, all others will follow in its wake. The tome will be ours. You've acquired the ordination tome? But how? The monks of St. Odwig's keep it in their reliquary under lock and key. Father Dinwell is denying that women can be ordained as members of the Order of Mitharu, despite scripture in this book to the contrary. You have done a good thing today, my friend. You have given hope to many. Please take this gold. It is all I have, but I won't need it once I take my vow of poverty.
Alright, I'm gonna have to go with dispelling again here. Because otherwise I run the risk of leveling the detect hidden there. Or the detect hidden trainer. Because they can't train you if you're better than them. 8,000.
Make it quick. I've got work to do. Can't pay my debts with firewood, not in Gorhart. I knew it was only a matter of time, and I'm not surprised. Delph will do anything to save his own hide, but hiring a sword to do his bloody work is disgraceful. If you want to collect my dagger, you'll have to fight me for it. Steel for steel. I used to be quite the scrapper. Didn't Delph tell you that?
And here's where I'm I gotta try and persuade him.
This is no longer a game.
Damn it.
I'm fighting for my very survival. Edward knows where I am. When he shows up, the only thing to keep me from death is still having this knife. Very well, but I'm not interested in discussing what is up.
I'm gonna try one more time because it was a 50-50 coin flip. I don't want to have to fight him. Because this guy really is trying to live a peaceful life. Away from banditry. The other one I have less qualms about killing. Because he attacks you.
Can't pay my debts with firewood. If you want to collect my... This is no longer...
Alright.
Foolish choice. This is fine.
Sorry, my guy. Ironically, the one that attacks you is the easier one to leave alive. This one you have to persuade. The other one you can just Bye. Alright. Sneak into the basement. Steal a health potion, because I am not going to be messing with that right now. That lady... I have no qualms about stealing from her. Because she will, even after you do her quest, she won't give you the thing for free. The best she'll give you for completing her quest, which she's very much in distress about, is a discount at her store. It's stupid, really. Let's see here, actually. Items. I should use repair kit, or I should get my stuff repaired and then head into the inn.
Stay indoors. Are you here for a... so long.
Okay. I can sell some stuff to you. Okay, I might actually be able to get... If I'm careful about selling stuff, I might be able to get that upgrade. Dowsing rod, I want to keep. Silver nugget, sell. Anonymous journal, sell. I'm not going to remember that. Am I going to remember Serpent's Venom? Probably not. Definitely not going to remember that.
Goodbye.
Let's go see if I can't buy that training level. And if I can, I'm going to get it, of course. Because then I don't have to worry about out-leveling him anymore. Normally a trainer is actually marked on the map with a... Okay, this one is marked on the map.
How may I help you today, my friend?
Okay. My detect hidden skill has increased. Cost way more gold than I really should have been parting with at this point in the game, but I no longer have to worry about out-leveling that one.
What is it? You made it. Just in time, too. Give me the potion. It will help, but it's not enough. Someone must go to the Fae and explain what happened here. One small misunderstanding and we'll no longer just be strangers to the Fae. We'll be enemies.
Hey Karato, how you doing? And yes, Kingdoms... This is the single most important game of my childhood. This is what got me into gaming. So I'm going through it for my Monday, Tuesday slot and critiquing it. Just to see if it still really holds up, or if I'm kind of blinded by nostalgia here.
You're turning out to be very helpful, my friend. You have my gratitude. I'll see to it that you're honored. Rumor says that the House of Ballads has its headquarters not far from here, in Glendara to the northeast. Try to gain entrance if you can. Farewell.
Glendara? Hold up. This is still Odorath. I mean, it's near Glendara. But, I mean, southern here, like, this section here is Yolven. It's not that far. But this is still Odorath. Yeah, fair enough. This game actually gives you more options than Skyrim does, too, which is... like, they don't come into play as much. But still. Like, I've always had the opinion that this game was just better than Skyrim. Anyway, how you doing, Karato?
Need supplies.
Glad to hear that. Alright, I'm actually going to pause for a moment, go use the bathroom and get a refill on my drink, because my drink is almost empty and I'm definitely going to be going over. I'm going to put you in an ad and I'll try to be back relatively soon if you're willing to just sit tight. Okay, I feel like I made decent time on that. Anyway, so Karato, you've played this game before? Do you have any, or do you have a specific play style that you prefer over the others? I'm gonna save twice here because this, I believe, does actually run the risk of breaking the game.
You there? Do you feel nauseous? Itchy? Have you noticed any blood leaking from your eye sockets? I've been noticing the symptoms everywhere. No, this situation could not be any worse. If the Red Legion is involved, then we could all be staring death in the face. What have I done? Why ask questions when you could never understand the answers? It's clear your prowess is not with wit, but with a weapon. If you must know, something of value has been stolen. An alchemical formula that, if released, could cause untold devastation. I see its symptoms everywhere. Only my apprentice, Karth, and I knew of my work on the formula, but he's gone missing as well.
This lady is kind of an idiot, considering that she never put two and two together on a certain thing. And she's also a greedy money grubber because, hey, there's a lady bleeding to death outside and you're still not going to just give a potion.
I do not deserve such goodwill after what I've engineered. If disaster occurs in Odorath, it will be on my head. I'm not sure where Karth may have gone, but I knew that before he came to me, he found shelter in the ancient chambers of Agnurfar Hall, an Irathi ruin east of Gorhart. Once you've ensured Karth's safety, you must learn what's happened to my formula. When you do, destroy it. It's the only way to keep us safe. Goodbye.
But, what's your favorite playstyle? I apologize, I guess I wasn't very clear on this one, but do you have a favorite playstyle in this game, Karato? Alright, Agnurfar Hall. That's over here. Oh, oh no! Yeah, with this game, my advice is to invest in Detect Hidden, because Detect Hidden will get you a lot of gold. Mercantile and selling will also get you gold. However, Mercantile matters less as the game progresses, really. Alright, I'm gonna save over this one. Agnarfar Hall versus Golden Age Alchemy. Yet, I remember this game being great. Ooh, pure range. Nice. Yeah, I'm also going for Sorcery Finesse Hybrid. I'm more likely to actually need that. I'll take that, I guess. I'm going with Feyblades and Chakrams because those are the more unique weapons for this game.
What are you doing down here? Don't you know Agner Farhold is haunted by the spirits of the Arathi? So, are you foolish or just stupid?
He does have an entire thing down here. But he is very clearly not the good guy here.
Oh, I see. The twisted gnome has found herself a champion. How delightful. Nanny always was a fool. So immersed in her work that she failed to see the deception before her very eyes. The Red Legion has her formula, because I gave it to them. At this very moment, they are moving crates of it eastward towards the city of Rathir, where they will fetch a high price. Poor Nanny. So trusted, so pathetic. Of course she can never learn of my ruse, can she? It is time.
This guy is also kind of stupid. Considering that he never stopped to consider that maybe the random individual just rushing into a ruin, armed to the teeth, might be more capable than the bandits. Actually, wait, for repairing stuff in this game, you can also use repair kits. You have to invest a little bit in blacksmithing to get the full use out of them. But once you do... you pretty much never have to visit a blacksmith to spend gold on that again, and repair kits are fairly cheap. Come on, I think I can actually get... I have 13 health potions left. Oh boy. Perhaps I shouldn't have done the highest difficulty. But it does give me opportunity to, like, check out animations. Oh dear. Because, you gotta admit, this game kinda... oh dear. Spoils you a little with the animations. You know exactly what kind of attack is coming unless you're dealing with, like, a mage. Which, if you're dealing with a mage in combat, target the mage first and then worry about everything else. Okay, this one is... Yeah, these are side paths. Ah. Come on. And when you're dealing with a group of enemies, if you're paying attention, you'll actually see that the one that's about to attack typically has something that it'll do beforehand. In the case of the brownies, they scream. Boggarts are a little harder to read, as are sprites. I'll have to actually watch for their tells. But wolves will do that howl type thing, and brownies, well, I just said the brownies scream. A lot of other games from this time that I played didn't really have tells like that. Skyrim, for example, just had you get attacked and you couldn't tell what attack. Well, you knew what attack was coming because enemies only had one attack. But when you were in a group, you didn't know what was coming from where. It was a lot harder to keep track of. The animations and audio cues are a nice quality of life feature. That I'm used to with From Software games.
Sometimes this is too hard to believe.
But not with
Fact that you were wrong.
action games in general.
This endless vacuity is horrible. The ancient ones were here. They delivered themselves into the world. The time-worn cycle turns with ages. The seasons drift along the stream. They wait for the past. The future brings the forming storm. This is no place for a home, for anyone.
Okay. And by... I suppose I don't really mean action games, because technically Souls are action. But... when you typically think of an action RPG, if an enemy only has one or two attacks, you learn how to avoid that, yeah. But they don't tend to have telegraphs to determine which one of the group is going to attack. I'm pretty sure that in Darksiders, well, actually, both 1 and 2, I had to just keep an eye on everything that everyone was doing. Because there wasn't a tell for which enemy was going to be attacking me next. It could have been all of them. Oh dear. My chat disconnected. I'm really hoping nobody typed anything during that point. Uh-oh. Yeah. There we go. Over this way then? Not quite.
These walls are grown, are built of stone. Lovingly this place was crafted. You see the lights, the mystic halls of ordered reality? They are the faces of the missing, the embodied truth of the lost souls. There are so many of them. Still, you can see them. They are like pathetic charades. Some with good intentions, and you can't fault them that. But the majority of them are just a hoax. Needless to say, I don't like it here. You could have stayed free and lived a comfortable life, but you couldn't settle the disquiet that haunts people like you.
And that was the end of that lore stone, so... Okay, so it just puts me back up here and then I go along the side. Gotcha. I need leechwood bark for a quest, because I'm going for all side quests. This run is going to take me a long time. Simply because I know every single area has its own little set of side quests that tells its own story. Odorath is mostly built around the chaos of bandits moving in and fear of the unknown. Ah. Yolvin is a road, so any quests you find there have to do with, oh dear, travel and belonging. Webwood, well, everything there has to do with spiders. Hi. But each sector has a theme, which is honestly a really nice way to do side quests. They have an overarching story, which, if I'm remembering correctly, was handled pretty well. I could be remembering poorly, though. Again, nostalgia.
She bested Threng in combat fair. Fenian cycles kept. The exploits of this maiden's role, a burdensome and heavy toll. She lived among the mortal clans and bargained with their kind. Throughout the town they stood in fear of the brilliant fighter near.
And this guy does not stand a chance because I already took out his entire camp earlier. I do plan on tackling the Warsworn. The Warsworn is there's a slight issue with that. If you're not careful with following the Warsworn questline, you can actually lock yourself out of part of the Gravehall questline. Like, permanently lock yourself out of it. Because, depending on what you do at the end of the Warsworn quest, you either wind up as a hero to the Warsworn, or you turn the entire faction hostile. And if you turn the entire faction hostile... Ooh, actually that's better than the Student's Ring because of the mana regen. If you turn the entire faction hostile, it locks you out of an NPC for Gravehall. An NPC that's needed in order to actually complete it. So I'm debating on when I'm going to do well, Gravehall. Or Gallows End in general, actually. Because the Warsworn quest takes place in the entire left-hand continent, with the exception of the Teeth of Naros. Teeth of Naros is technically a DLC, but it comes included with Re-Reckoning because it's a re-release. So the Warsworn takes place along this entire place. Gallows End is also a DLC, but you access it from the Plains of Erythel. Warsworn, or the Warsworn quest takes you to Dalentarth, then the Plains of Erythel, and then down to Datir. Same with every other faction quest, actually. If it spans more than one region, it'll start in Dalentarth and then take you to the Plains of Erythel, and then if it extends beyond that, it takes you to Datir. But the thing at that, I could pause like everything in the middle and then just head to Gallows End as soon as I get access to Rathir, and, well, not as soon as, but as soon as I finish everything in the Plains of Erythel. And then that will allow me to complete everything on Gallows End without ruining anything in Datir. Or, well, without potentially ruining the entire, or without potentially ruining anything. I don't know what decision I want to make there. Because I've never actually turned against the Warsworn before, because I usually tackle everything on the mainland and then start doing the DLCs. Or, well, the the western continent and then start doing the DLCs. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Everyone in Gorhart is talking about the attacks. They say that the Red Legion is receding back into the shadows from whence they came. It is all thanks to you. You found the formula and destroyed it. Now, you may think you understand the impact of this act, but you truly do not. You are a friend to this village and to me, Nani Henry. Take this. It is not much, but it gives you an idea of my gratitude.
Okay, let's just sell all of that. I'll keep the hood. That's worse than what I'm wearing. That's potentially better, but we're going to say worse because I'm not going to be able to really do much with sage crafting just yet. Gonna sell the Daybreak because that's hard to actually rely on consistently. Okay. Now, purification potions I want, because diseases are a pain. And then I'm going to just stock up on as many health potions and mana potions as possible. Sell that as well, I suppose.
Goodbye.
Stay close to
I am so close to a level that's not even funny. There we go. Yay! Her quest didn't break it. I need to be level 8 before I start the House of Ballads. Technically, I could just go through and start it regardless. However, then I'd have to come back for the last lore stone. So I guess my goal for today... actually getting to level 8 in one stream might not be that feasible. The leveling rate slows down a lot. But I can go around and collect all the lore stones. I forgot to buy repair kits. Oh well. For the most part, the game gets kinda easier from here, so it's not that big of a deal. There we go. I'm just gonna make sure not to get hit.
In the country of Niralim's embrace, the summer manifests as an immortal fae. You know her, him, it, as the resplendent warrior, or the ardent conqueror. You mortals named him King Issa. In the youth of your people's memory, you bore witness to Issa's exploits. He is your legend of might and eminence. Come, listen to a tale of Issa and Odin, the god storm. The Withering Wall.
Okay. You tackle, or you're part of the Teeth of Naros. I can actually probably get a whole other level just from side quests here. Do I have Leechwood? No.
Two Legs, please help me. Other Two Legs are cruel. They will not help. No, I am cursed. You believe me? Many think I am just another Two Legs. They are wrong. I am a wolf, cursed to wear this shape by evil sprites as some cruel game. I still have wolf thoughts in my head, but two-leg bodies are so clumsy they can't even catch dumb meat birds. I must be changed back. The sprites are near.
Even now I smell them, but I cannot fight in this form. Will you help, Two Legs? Thank you, Two Legs, but the task will not be easy. I need water from a magic well, guarded by the sprites that cursed me. Be warned, the sprites have much magic, for the well they guard is older than this wood, and from that they draw their power. Return swiftly.
This ties back into actually one of the lore stones from earlier. I believe, or no, it wasn't that, it was Odorath. It was Odorath. The transformative magic being a strange thing in this world. And then that's the first Odorath lore stone you find, and then you find this guy not long afterwards. They do use their lore in the side quests, which is neat. And here we have these stupid things. What just happened? Oh dear. Okay, 37 is a much more comfortable potion number than the, like, 10 I had earlier. I'm focusing on weapon damage and stuff right now, but you can have up to 8 abilities equipped at a time. Sustained abilities you can actually unequip, which is nice. Really? Not good. There we go. The Frost Champion, oh dear. Is actually less of a problem than the other two at the moment because I have a variety of ways to take that one out. There we go. And the well decided that it was going to just peace right out. So we go back to the wolf and tell him that it moved.
Two Legs, do you come to me empty-handed? What is the meaning of this? The well holds powerful magic, as old as these trees. Our elders told us its true name. Your two-leg kind might call it the well that wanders. Throughout the forest, it would vanish and reappear like a wolf on hunt. But what prey it seeks. Before I was cursed, I remember strongly atop the water was the scent of leechwood. Perhaps the well seeks that. Leechwood? That is the two-leg name for that wood that feasts on strength. It appears through the forest. Should not be hard to find. The scent of the well was strong with its odor. It must be what the well is seeking.
Return swiftly.
Hi, Boggarts. I'm gonna have to probably invest in a lot of repair kits soon. I'm investing mostly in weapon damage right now with my skill points, or ability points. Mostly because of the fact that at the moment my magic is a more limited resource. And I don't have the key to that, but I still get the experience for unlocking it. Which is what I wanted to begin with. That is easily double that, so that helps. No regions found. Okay, they give you a leechwood tree that'll automatically... or that's an auto success, I think. Simply because you might not always have the alchemy skill for a high leechwood chance. The closest spot that the well spawns, because it does wander, is over here, I believe. Oh boy. Okay, none of you... Oh, hi! Dispelling spot. Hey. I wouldn't have even noticed this if not for the sprites, so thank you, sprites. Oh, I have a key for this? Well, that lets me sell stuff. Collect this. Lockpicking's not that hard in this game. It's really only the auto for that one that requires, or to force a lock. That requires the whole skill, or the skill line. Really? There we go. Run up to this before it disappears again. There we go. Even when it says that it's supposed to be a hard one, it's still relatively easily... lockpicking is still relatively easily done. You're not better. You have a better armor rating, but the alternative effects for what I had was better. What? Why? Where did you come from? And you. Okay. Then we talk to you, and then I should probably go back to Goreheart because I messed up. Or actually, if I get Gorgoth on the map, I can just quickly fast travel back here instead of running, which will save me a little time.
It is there, Two Legs. The scent of water. Faint, but it does not escape me. My pack shall hear of your compassion and honor. I now go to the wilds and rejoin my pack. And now you may continue on your path, but with the knowledge of how to fight with the strength of a wolf. Now I shall drink deep of this potion and return to my kind.
It's actually a lot of experience for this point in the game. There's a side quest over there I can grab in a second here, but first of all, this, and then actually probably grab that. Or... okay.
I was told of ancient days when wise priestess Beala Tirin to goddess Lyria spoke. The people, remembering all after war, called for Durek's fate. Slay them, the foul and wretched tribe, said Dokofar. Spare them, the poor and miserable beasts, cried Loselfar. Their minds, depraved and hatred poisoned, twisted. Alfar struck Alfar over drink, at feast, when all else is merry, when peace reigns in havens. Hateful, I am told, were cousins towards each other. From the cold-blessed Firiol, Beala Tirin, with a head to seek Lyria's guidance, set forth on a pilgrimage.
I believe that Beala Tirin would have had to have been Dokofar. The Alfar were once one one race, and then they split somehow. Alright, repair kits. I need repair kits because I am a dummy and forgot to buy them earlier.
Come in. Care to part with some gold?
Bleeding is more common than ice, actually. Buy. You do not sell repair kits. Why do you not sell repair kits?
Can I help you?
One moment. Alright. Actually, hang on. So I've got 2 levels before I can upgrade Detect Hidden again and get that. So which means I'm going to be putting them both into blacksmithing. Because Detect Hidden and blacksmithing are the most important overall. Dispelling is more important early game, but it doesn't exactly lose importance. There's actually a lot of hidden details about the House of Ballads specifically that most players aren't even going to find. Because half of the stuff regarding them is hidden behind skill lines. Or, well, not half. But there's certain stuff that's hidden behind skill lines.
As owner, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, what can I get you? Nothing of interest.
Oh, whoops. Okay, you don't sell these either. Great. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to come back if I wind up, losing them. I'm just going to come back to repair my stuff. Good to know. What was I saying? I was saying something. What was I saying? Oh, right, House of Ballads. So, unlike with literally every other faction in the game, you run it... Well, actually, no, because you run into the Warsworn pretty quickly, too. But you run into the House of Ballads very soon. And unlike the Warsworn, which sends you off on a bit of a side mission before you can even join their ranks properly, the House of Ballads puts you off on the main path of the main faction story immediately. Which means that there's a few details that most players are going to miss. I'm pretty sure most people have had to go back into Gorgoath in order to find that hidden door. I'm fairly certain most people wouldn't have gone down into the She before acquiring the house or the quest from the House of Ballads that told them to do so. Which means that there's a whole NPC that they would have missed.
Finally! For a while I thought only the Warsworn used the Yolven Road. Henry Kell's my name. Traveller by vocation. I have no trade, but I do have a job for one like yourself. Interested? Most travellers have qualms about dealing with the fair folk. Harder to read than a human, and fewer many pockets to pick. These ballads, Fae, they are not only rich in lore. I've heard snippets of a ballad, and a beautiful ruby ring. And I need someone to help me get it. The ballad is called Ring and Reprisal. I know little about it, but if we reenact the ballad step by step, the ring should come to us. In the story, a maiden asks a champion to reclaim a ring stolen by a troll. It's a few years too late, but I'll play the role of the maiden. You be the champion. First, you must prove your prowess by hunting wild antelope and bring back something to lure the troll. Good luck.
Okay. Antelope. There should be enough antelope around here. I need 4. The issue is, antelope don't show up on the map. You kind of just have to get lucky and run into them. There we go. They're also pretty hard to hit. Children Keep, that gives me more experience. There's a side quest over here. Hi! But I'll pick up that side quest when I come back here, actually, because... Oh, hi! Where did you go? Where did you come from? Hold on! Get back here! probably makes a little more sense for me to go to Glendara and then Haxie than for me to go through Webwood first. Just because the Webwood questline can get a little problematic.
Ballad is named Lekka the Corpulent. I guess he had a bit of a appetite. You need to mount the trophies just like the champion in the ballad. Once he's there, it should be easy business claiming the ring. I mean, you've killed a troll before, right? Farewell.
She's a bit of a coward and won't admit it. Alright, I'm gonna save here. You... I need to make sure you don't get much of a chance to do anything because trolls are some of the highest damaging enemies in the game, and you are technically a boss for me at this point. There we go. Essence of Fate needed. And while the Maiden's Ring does give a nice health boost, I've actually got more use for the gold I get from dealing with her than the ring.
Dealing with Lekka, I wasn't really afraid, mind you, just playing the parts all. Well, now that this business is over, just give me the ring and I'll give you your payment.
Here you go.
Here's your reward. You know, you have the makings of a decent traveler. And I mean that as a compliment. You might try your hand at thievery. If you like it and you're good enough, you can sell your goods to our fences.
Oh, nice! Level up.
Pleasant travel.
Get a point in blacksmithing. 1. 2, 3. But blacksmithing is really important for a few reasons. It's not what I'd prioritize, honestly. However, it does make it so you have to use less repair kits. And eventually, you'll also be able to craft your own equipment with it. Actually, there might be lore stones. Hold on. Being able to craft your own equipment is huge in this game, especially considering that you do not find stronger equipment, or the strongest equipment in this game. The strongest equipment is whatever you make. So hold on to those blacksmithing reagents and be prepared to invest once you hit mid to late game. Because blacksmithing allows you to have access to the highest damage output and, well, damage resistance, depending on your armor, in the game. Sometimes you might want a set bonus for a specific build. However, if you don't have anything specific in mind... Oh, hi, Red Legion. blacksmithing will almost always give you better results than whatever you find. Ow. Where's Medgar-Crast? I know he's around here somewhere. Actually, Webwood might... Coming through Yelvin for Webwood might be better. Webwood can get a little dicey, but it also gives me access to another shop. Oh, come on. I hit the sneak attack button. Don't be like that, game. Hi, Boggart. Ettenmere is kind of a dead end, so I shouldn't really do anything there until I get a quest in order to do so. Because it doesn't... It only connects to Webwood and the Teeth of Naros. It doesn't connect to Odorath, it doesn't connect to... literally anywhere. Okay, so... Is this better than my shield? No. Because my shield also provides a damage buff. I think Medgar-Crast is over here. Yep, I see the troll hide. I think the Crasts technically count as mini-bosses. I know that they're a problem. How early do I want to get access to Issa? I know there's an NPC that only gives us, or that only appears if we head towards Issa early. Like, she doesn't exist for any other purpose. Which makes her interesting in her own right. I'm not going to go down that path just yet. Mostly because it's a dead end. But if the enemies in there attack me, I'll fend them off. And they did not. Okay. Can I take out the champion? There we go. That makes taking you out a lot easier. Get over here. Sprites like to appear out of literally thin air, so I'd rather not tackle you head on. At least not where you were standing. Or floating?
I don't know what to do. Why go to a Fate Weaver? Why? Sometimes I don't feel this way. Sometimes it's reassuring, but not right now. Not when it's so close. I still think it's a blessing. Talking to that Fate Weaver means I can make good on the time I have left. But how can I tell my family? It's like erasing the smiles from their faces, or like killing the joy in their hearts. Why would I do that? So I don't feel guilty about deceiving them? Isn't that just selfish? Is it completely selfish to not tell them? So I don't have to see them upset? But facing this alone, truly, truly alone. I can't do it.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I was just trying to get to that lore stone. Oh no. Oh dear. Well, I believe that's my second death of the run. Fen, what are you doing? Alright, we're gonna go down this way then. Sprites are a pain. I might legitimately wind up turning the game difficulty down because it's not like the difficulty does anything really all that spectacular. It just changes up enemy damage. And it's not like I haven't beaten this game and the Mithros DLC. Well, and all of its DLC, Mithros included, on the highest difficulty already. It's not like I have anything to prove to anyone.
In his great plan, Mitharu blessed both us and the Fae with nature. The Fae say these stones will hold the memories of those who talked to them, and will hold them forever, unlike the confessions I hear. I don't know how this works, and it lacks the structure and order that is the mark of Mitharu. This may be the place I should go. Mitharu had no hand in it. Look at it. Mossy, pale rock, blank, with cracks. So many cracks.
Yeah, followers of Mitharu like to see order in everything, and they can't just let chaos be. I always found the ways of the fair folk in this game to be more palatable than specifically the ways of the mortals that worship Mitharu. Oh hey, I have the key. But that's just me. And it might have something to do with my love of just chaos in general, honestly. I never liked it when things were too perfect. Something always just felt off to me about that. If there's a reason for something, then I'm certainly one to look for that reason. But there's a beauty in the raw chaos of nature that I saw as a kid and I couldn't understand the rigid order of the Mitharu followers. Alright, you.
Proceed no farther, mortal. You are not one of our kind, and the seat of Sir Sagrel will never be occupied by one so mundane. Hallam the White prepares the contest, and he must not be interrupted at this, our time of greatest need. No doubt you speak of Illuvia, impetuous fool. I told her to avoid your settlement, to avoid Odaroth altogether. She never listened to my warnings. I will chastise her appropriately upon her return. It is a loss, yes, but not the first unexpected event in this telling. What happened?
And here's where paying attention to the dialogue comes into play. Because while you could say either of these things, it's more implied that it was one of the Red Legion that attacked her. Because while they prefer their targets to be, well, mortal, Aerie said that she didn't recognize them, and she knew enough, or that she didn't recognize the assailant, and she knew enough about the people of Gorehart to know that we were not of Gorehart. So I think the evidence leans more into the Red Legion having attacked her rather than any of the villagers.
Yes, I have noticed a growing number of humans in Dalentarth. It must be this war. I can't say I understand it. Oh, yes, your kind usually expects some form of trophy for good deeds. A bauble? A prize? Perhaps another time. If you would be so kind as to deliver this message. We mean the people of Gorehart no ill will. They have nothing to fear from us.
Negan! Hello! How you doing? Do I have enough for training?
As you've clearly heard.
Then what? Can you not?
Let me take a look at you. Oh, very fair you are. Too fair for the House of Ballads, that is certain. I tend to enjoy the company of mortals. So fleshy. I'm Ilova, instructor in the persuasive arts. That includes seduction, but you probably guessed that.
Wait, what happened, Negan?
Until next time.
Everything okay? Alright, I need another 15,000 for training. Oh boy. Why do trainers in this game? Seriously? Why would they use a chainsaw? That's probably not what I was supposed to take away from that. Although seriously, who uses a chainsaw to attack people? Everyone okay?
You made it. You're back. I was so worried that the Fae had taken out the revenge on you. As usual, I was wrong. The Fae has recovered, thanks to your potion. In fact, she wishes to stay in the village for the next several weeks as she recovers. Goreheart will be a new community, a place of compassion, and it's thanks to you. Please, take my sword and buckler. They will serve you well, as they have served me.
Okay, then I suppose my next question would be...
Stay in town.
Why would they let someone into the pub with a chainsaw to begin with?
Times are hard.
Or did they just show up?
Willing to take risks. If you have the sword and stomach for this sort of work, we could use another strong arm among the warsworn.
I'll be right back. I think my dog's trying to I think my dog has to go outside. So I'm gonna put him out on the chain, and I'll be right back. Alright, and I'm back. Let's look at this, what Ingens just said. The chainsaw attacker was trying to hack someone's legs off with the chainsaw? I suppose that would be easier with a chainsaw than an axe, but why would you go for the legs? Clearly this person wasn't thinking straight.
Some may try to color it with fancy words, but they're warriors for hire, the best in these lands. You'll find those who have taken the oath are held in the highest respect all over Amalur. You could head straight to Shieldring Keep and pledge your sword. Might work, but a commendation from me would carry a lot of weight. To earn it, you must do something commendable. There are two brothers, scoundrels of the Red Legion, named Osgar and Medgar Kras. Bring me proof you've dealt with them. I'll pay in coin and my good word.
This is why I went and collected the daggers earlier.
Done. No one will miss those two. Take this to Shieldring Keep and speak to Tyne Delfric. He'll set you to work on my word alone. Next time I see you, may it be under warsworn ban.
Okay, you were confused. Yeah, that is a very bizarre situation. I don't really know what to say about that, actually. I'm glad no one was injured, though.
I'm sorry. Did you say something? I'm a bit lost in thought. Today could be the day, you know? Camden could be the next one to round that corner. He is my husband. Although we were together for only one night before he marched. His militia fights under the banner of General Finn. We had one night together. And then he departed for 3 long years. He will return. My heart tells me so. I can't give you much in return, but what I have is yours. The Alfar army is notoriously secretive with their information, and all my pleas for help have been ignored. You might find something in Dyden Hill. That is where Camden volunteered. Of course, that was years ago. Thank you for your kindness. I will be waiting here for news. Farewell.
Okay. So, I could head through Shieldring. But I think I'm actually going to head through Webwood and then Haxie and then circle back up to Glendara. Webwood... That's the wrong way. Webwood's an interesting one. 'Cause... the entire area surrounds some spiders. Oh, nice. Actually, I might want to go with persuasion here. If I only do 2 persuasions, I need to be at minimum level 8 before I'll feel comfortable going through House of Ballads. There we go. And now I can focus on finesse abilities instead of that. But now that I think about it, there is actually one situation where I might want a higher persuasion just for some unique dialogue. Oh! Thank you, Negan, and I hope you have a great day as well. Or, well, an excellent day as well. Why shoot for great when you can aim higher? Up here... I'm probably not going to be on here for too much longer.
The forest you call Dalentarth was ruled.
We'll see.
The God King fostered communion, a sharing. The mortals heeded his wisdom. The Fae followed his spirit. He linked the natural with the divine and became a nature unto himself. He knew the lives of elf, human, gnome, and all people. He showed the Fae these words and ways. He united the Oath clans. As the meadow grows into woodland, so did Aesir grow the court of summer.
I actually can't remember if the passage there... Like, that might be a second... Or, well, the second area, because that's not really used for anything. I'll have to play around, or go and see that. Let's take the remains. Webwood has the darkest color palettes out of everywhere in Dalentarth. And that's because it's, well, spider territory. May as well collect this. I'm thinking what I might wind up doing is side quests. Just going around doing every side quest I can, and then focusing on the faction quests. And then after the faction quests, I'll do the Teeth of Naros and then the main quest. Or, wait, no. Certain parts of the main quest I should do first, because it just makes sense. Oh, Feed! Hello! How you doing? How are you liking Claire Obscure so far? Woke up achy, but other than that, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Okay. I was about to say that it better trigger on my thing. I believe I've actually mentioned this game to you before, but I don't think you've played it. Damn, that's... Is it a short game, or were you just streaming for a lot? Because I don't... Shoot, when did you start Clair Obscure? Yeah, it's definitely on the list of games that I myself would like to play one of these days. But for now, I have other stuff. Oh boy. Azurites. Ooh! That is a major upgrade. 30-hour game, okay. Hi. This, or one I'm playing right now, can very easily turn into a 60-hour game. I started off on the highest difficulty because I know I can beat it on the highest difficulty. However, for the sake of not having this take a while, because every fight's taking a little while, actually, I might turn down the difficulty a bit. I'm debating. This game's already huge. Like, this is the map we're working with. It's a little deceptive in its size. You can cross one of these segments in like 2 minutes. But that's still a huge map with a lot of side quests, and I'm planning on going for all of them. So I might turn down the difficulty just to make it go a little faster so I'm not stuck on here for like a year or something. But then again, if I turn it down, the fights might be over too quickly. Especially late game. We'll see. No, Sekiro is on Thursdays and Fridays for me, because I play 3 games a week. I have a Monday-Tuesday slot, a Wednesday slot, and a Thursday-Friday slot. Sekiro is on my Thursday-Friday slot. This game is going to be on my Monday-Tuesday for the foreseeable future. I started splitting up my week like this because I'd intended to do a couple lengthy games at the same time at one point, and I didn't want to do them back to back. So I said, you know what, we'll just do it at the same time. Is there a lore stone up there? Webwood, I think, has 5 total in it. Or, well, I know the Webwood series has 5.
Oh, they said, it is not good to have a darkened summer, so I made a night. Oh, they said, to Yolvin you should look.
So I found Cathras. Oh, they said, you have no food. So I brought water. Oh, they said, you have no homes. So I grew trees. Oh, they said, you have no music. So I laughed.
But I am going to be getting back to Sekiro later this week. Okay. Nothing over here. Still have to take out the spiders, though. I try to only play, short games on my Wednesday slot, or anything I'm not really making all that much progress in. Uh-oh. Because if I can beat it in like 3-4 sessions, I shouldn't block out a 2-day slot for it. Something I hate about a lot of games. I'm not sure if I really hate it about... Okay, that's worse than what I have. Something I hate about a lot of games, this one included, actually, is that it falls into a trap of higher difficulty just means bigger health bars. You're getting fate shifted. Whoops. Oh dear. Because crew docks are a pain. Fine steel. Same as what I'm currently wearing. Or I'm currently using. That's not better than what I've got, because it doesn't give me the magic buff. Once I start finding gold talismans, if the truth... Or if... If I haven't already replaced the truth, I will do it then. But I don't see much of a point in replacing... Or, well, I might even start replacing it once I hit silver talismans. I believe this place actually has something for me, or maybe not. I'm gonna wander around, find Canarok, and then after I get the next quest in here, probably then I'll call it. Honestly, I've made some decent progress. And again, I really like how you can section off each each region by sector. There's a lot of games that just have entire regions and no way to tell where you can and can't go.
ancestral blood from the riverbed wraps our bodies in gloss. The fog eases through blades of grass. We shall grasp these floating strands of summer and capture beauty in our work.
Up here, I can't recall if there's anything important. Ice version, that's not gonna help me. Okay, let's see here. Ooh, wait, that's better. Like, way better. If it has a white name, it's not going to be worth much. So I can destroy it with little issue. Spiders. Doesn't look like you're guarding anything important, though. Unfortunate. But a lot of open world games will just give you that huge map, and then you're expected to go everywhere. And the borders of certain regions might not be obvious. With this map, this is Webwood. This is the border of Webwood, as is here and here. You know that anything Webwood that means Webwood is just going to mean this section. Anything that means Ettenmere is going to mean here. For some reason, they said that the House of Ballads was near Glendara, but it's in Odorath. I genuinely don't know what's up with that. I'm going to chalk it up to mortal misinformation. Because NPCs and stuff can be wrong. Oh dear. But I do like having little regions, like sub-regions within a region. That are easily defined, at least on the map. It gets a little easier to tell later when you've stumbled into somewhere completely new. But it can be a little difficult to tell areas of Dalentarth from one another if it's your first playthrough. So the map and the way the areas are separated on the map does help with that.
The embrace of Webwood never ends. It grips you with a strength of passion, a gentle stillness, a quiet moment. Sleep in this cradle of a balmy, secret place.
Both of those I can just take. Hi. Oh, shoot. Oh dear. Yeah, I can already feel this game actually getting easier. So I might not turn it down. I'm still debating that. I think I'll decide. I think I'll decide definitively whether I'm turning it down tomorrow. Okay, so I'm gonna want to come around. There is one section, or one quest that's gonna take me slightly out of Webwood. Hi. I can kill you. Strangely enough, this game gets easier as you progress because of just how overpowered you can get if you know what you're doing. A lot of games will have like a difficulty spike. There isn't really one with this game. Sure, Amalur has some sections that are harder than others, but there's only really one time I can really think of
As you take, so are you taken.
where the difficulty really mattered.
Hold you in my own. Borrow me, and I will borrow you. Of kind, a kind of kindness, and forever a chill to comfort the warm.
I mean, of course the difficulty matters because it buffs the health bars of the enemies and their damage output. But it's not like it does a ton in that respect. Actually, this game might have been stronger combat-wise. Like, it's still really fun. Wait, why are they attacking each other? What? Spider fight! Spider fight! Spider fight! I should probably just do this myself. Because this is going to take forever otherwise. Because they're still attacking each other! Oh my gosh. That has to have been a bug. Get back here, you little... Or I suppose you're a giant spider, but still, get back here. Uh-oh. I've never seen... Well, not never seen that, but enemies in this game don't typically attack each other and not you. That had to have been a glitch. I mean, a hilarious one. But still, there's no way that wasn't a glitch. Rough scales are good, I think. Status, lore stones, webwood. I believe the last one is actually out towards Haxie, because there's a side quest that takes us on, or in Canarok, that takes us onto the border. We'll see. Okay. Time to save Canarok real quick. And go from there. As I was saying, this game might have actually been stronger if it didn't have difficulty sliders. The combat is still fun, and it's engaging. However, it doesn't really matter what your, what the difficulty's at once you hit mid to late game. Where even are the remains? Okay, there's 2 along this path. Good to know. Because you just get so overpowered anyway.
Somebody finally came. Tell us, are you from Gorehart or Dyden Hill? How many warriors travel with you? It seems you're not the assistance we requested, but don't think me ungrateful. I could... Canarok could use someone of your particular skill. We sit on the border to Webwood, most of us silk farmers. Normally, we rely on our bridges and an ancient Summerfey aura to guard us. But of late, what defenses we have are failing. These monstrous spiders strike at us from all sides. They've even gotten as far as Yolven. A week ago, a team of hunters was led by the village's chief defender, Barton. We need someone to go find him and his party. Good. I have more information to give you regarding Barton and the hunting party. But let's not give anyone false hope. And these townsfolk are growing hysterical. Meet me on the southern bridge and we'll continue our discussion. Good hunting!
With how overpowered you wind up mid to late game, difficulty only really matters in early game and against one specific boss that is probably going to one-shot me at least 4 times. Let's be real here. I know I've mentioned him before. He's a pain, like a complete pain. So, I genuinely think that this game, combat-wise, would have been stronger without difficulty sliders if they just leaned into the animations a bit more. I love the combos. I love just how in-depth you can get with your character, and the game outright encourages you to make combos because your fate bar fills up faster that way. But the difficulty sliders make it so that in the early game, you wind up doing too little damage to most things and the fights take forever, and in the late game, it doesn't matter anyway, because, let's be real here, if you know what you're doing with this game, combat doesn't take more than, like, a minute.
Speak with me a moment while we're away from prying ears. Canarok is looking to me for leadership, and I'm more than happy to give it to them. However, if Barton returns, that all evaporates. Let me put it this way. It is for the best that he is dead. Do you understand? It would do you well to befriend me. So long as I hold sway in Canarok, I can pay very well for your loyalty. But I understand your initial reservations. I don't need you to accept immediately. Just think about it. When the time comes, I have faith you'll come around. Good hunting!
I'm gonna go back actually into the town proper so that I actually stop and look around before I go off into parts unknown tomorrow. And then I'm going to call it here. If you're interested in anything I've done up until this point, please check out my YouTube channel. I try to upload stuff same day, and I group my runs by playlists so they're easier to find. If you're interested in chatting off stream or seeing my announcements, please check out my Discord server. Do note, however, that the server is private, so unless you get a role, which you can get by interacting with Carlbots, you won't be able to see much, and if you don't have a role by Saturday, I will be kicking you off the server. If you would like to see my announcements but don't want to deal with Discord, I do also post them to YouTube. If you would like to see my clips in an easier fashion, I do also have a TikTok, and the links to all of that are in the chat now. If you've made it this far and are curious to see where I go from here, why not drop a follow? It takes but one button press, and you can always change your mind if you decide my content isn't for you. Tomorrow I'll be continuing Amalur. I'll probably be doing all of the quests in and around Webwood. And then likely drifting into Haxie, and then probably up into Glendara. I'm, aside from the House of Ballads, pretty much done with Odorath. So I'll probably do these 3 areas tomorrow. I think I am just going to go around, do every side quest in Dalentarth, and then zero in on the factions. And one of the side quests, I'll probably head into Issa early just so I can get access to that one NPC that you normally can't. Because most people wouldn't even know she exists. At least, not unless they'd gone into Issa before. Or unless they went way out of the way of the main quest. Wednesday, I'll be starting a run of a game called Chasm. It's a platforming game, well, Metroidvania style platformer / action game. Really, I'm really excited for that one too. I've never actually beaten it before. I know enough about the lore, however, that I'm not even going to put no spoilers in the tags. I am the spoiler. I already know way too much about Chasm because I've seen my sister play it a bunch. And Thursday and Friday, it's back to Sekiro. I'm not even going to guarantee that I'm going to get past the boss I'm on in Sekiro, actually. I'm assuming Owl is going to take me a while. One moment. Magnifico is playing A Night in the Woods. It's an RPG type game. I don't know that game's whole deal, but it's interesting enough. So let's go say hi to him. That said, happy time zones, everyone. And I hope you all have an excellent day.